who we were looking for.
All right. So you get dispatched. What's the address you get dispatched to on October 25th, 2019?
220 Satilla Shores.
And describe that location.
It's at that point in time, it was a house under construction. No doors, no windows, partial siding on the house that you could see through the house all the way through, looking through the front window out through the back into the river area.
Okay. And when you arrived on October 25th, 2019, did you encounter anyone at the open unsecured construction site?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Did you meet Larry English there?
No, ma'am.
All right. So how did you contact Larry English?
Via cell phone.
All right. And you gave him your cell phone number?
Yes. Well, he had it when I called him, so or when so he could text me.
And did he in fact text you some video?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And just describe generally what that video was of.
It was video of his property. If I remember correctly, it was two outdoor cameras, one on the dock, one on the front corner of the house, showing what appeared to be a light-skinned black male walking around on the property, walking around on the dock.
And that night, did you ever see that light-skinned black male again?
Never saw him again. No.
Right. And at that point in time, was there a report of anything actually taken from Mr. English's property?
No, ma'am.
And when you saw that video, the young man that you saw on the video, did he have a backpack or any sort of bag with him at that time?
No, ma'am. He had nothing in his hands.
And did you recognize him?
No, ma'am, I did not.
So I'm going to take you forward now to November 17th, a white couple on Larry English's property. Did you respond to that?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did Larry English call you that night or anything?
I don't recall if he called me that night. He sent me the video from the 17th, but I received that video on a later date, not on the 17th.
Okay. Do you even know if you were working the night of the 17th?
I do not recall.
Okay. So the next night, November 18th, 2019, were you working that evening?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So on that evening, was that another trespassing call to the same location?
Yes, there was another call there.
Okay. So this is about a month later. You get a call. Did you respond to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that's once again the open unsecured construction site at 220?
Yes.
What did you find when you got there?
Same house in the same state. Nobody in sight. No, the unidentified black male, same one from the previous October 25th incident, was nowhere to be found.
All right. And at that point in time, did you see the unknown black male have a bag or anything with him?
No, ma'am. Nothing with him.
Did you see the video?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him take anything?
No, ma'am.
All right. Now, at this point in time, October 25th and November 18th, you're talking to Larry English over the phone.
Yes, ma'am.
And what is it that Mr. English wanted you to do?
Find out who he was and why he kept coming onto the property.
Okay. And if you, I'm going to rephrase that. I don't want you to speculate as to what you would have done, okay? Because we're not talking about speculation.
I had talked to Larry English about trespassing him from the property, and I explained to Larry English how we trespass someone from the property, but that was never done because we never made contact with him.
Okay, so what did you tell Larry English about how you trespass somebody from a property?
Once we make contact with the person on the property, we explain to them that the homeowner, find out who they are, we identify them. The homeowner does not want them there. He has no legal reason to be there. And the property owner, then we put them on, the way I do it is I put them on speaker. If they're not there in person, I put them on speakerphone. And I would say, Mr. English, I'm here with whoever the person is. So you're saying they have no right to be here and you don't want them here on the property. And he would say that so they could be heard, and we would document it in our computer system. So if that person was ever back on the property, and I explained to that person, if you ever come back on this property for any reason whatsoever, uninvited, you will automatically be arrested for trespassing.
Okay. And you told that to Mr. English that that was
Yes.
your standard procedure?
Yes.
Okay. And not speculation, but was that your intent if you encountered this young black male?
Yes, to find out who he is, identify him, why he was coming up there late at night, and then ultimately it's Mr. English's decision if he wanted him trespassed or not.
Now, after you received the doc video from October 25th, and I think you said you received the November 18th video.
Yes.
Okay. Did you take any action to see about finding out, who this person was?
I would ride around the area. Working night shift, it's hard to canvass. I mean, I patrol the area on a normal basis, but it's hard to go up and find people at night. There are not many people out moving around in the darkness. Once I came back to day shift, I switched from nights to days. As I rode around the neighborhood, patrolled the neighborhood, I would see people out walking. Any interaction I had with anybody in the neighborhood, I would stop and say, "Hey, have you seen this male?" I had a screenshot from that video, and I would ask people, did anybody know who it was? There were a couple residents that I saw. One, I believe it's the address of 210 Satilla Shores, that has a Ring doorbell camera I could see. Went up, did not make contact. There are a couple places that I actually did go up and knock on the door and talk to people, some that I have dealt with in the past and kind of knew. And but nobody had recognized him.
Okay, so nobody knew who he was?
Nobody knew who he was.
Okay. So, and I want to kind of get a sense, was this I'm going to put this, a methodical door to door to door to door?
No, ma'am. No,
Okay,
ma'am.
so this was sort of hit and miss.
Random hit and miss, yes.
Right. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward now to December 1st of 2020. Did Mr. English make contact with you December 1st of 2020 about people under a bridge?
Yes, he did.
Okay, so now was this actually on December 1st or was it December 2nd?
I don't remember the exact date.
Okay.
He called me about the people under the bridge, and I was off duty. The next day when I returned to work is when I went under the bridge and checked, and that's when I texted him back without looking at the transcript of what date that was. I sent him that text. I went and looked for the people under the bridge, and I sent him a text of my findings.
Did you find any white couple in a car under the bridge?
No signs of life. There were some four-wheeler tracks under there. There's nothing typical of a homeless camp or someone living under the bridge. There was no trash, debris, anything left behind that would indicate someone was living under there.
So, I just want to back up a minute. So, did Larry English call you directly first about this rumored couple under the bridge?
Yes.
Okay.
He saw a car. He saw a car parked in the area, and he felt like that car was associated to a car that he saw on his camera the night that the white couple was on his property, and he asked me to go check for him.
But you're off duty this day.
I was off duty.
What'd you tell him?
Told him that I would check on it when I was back on duty.
All right. Did he inform you that he'd already called the non-emergency Glynn County Police Dispatch?
I don't recall that, no ma'am.
Okay. And is that when he sent you the video of the white couple going in with the bag?
I'd have to look at the date on what day that video was sent to me.
Okay. But it was after the second time you'd made contact with Larry English?
Yes.
All right, so moving forward to December 20th of 2019, did you encounter Greg McMichael that day?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, had you known Greg McMichael previously as someone who worked at the district attorney's office as an investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, where did you encounter Greg McMichael on December 20th, 2019?
He was in his front yard of his property at 230 Satilla Shores.
Was this daytime or nighttime?
It was daytime.
What happened?
I pulled up to him. I was in my patrol car. I stayed seated in my patrol car. We spoke through the window. He walked over. We spoke, talked to him in reference to the unidentified black male down at 220 Satilla Drive. We talked about him continually to come onto the property, not being able to figure out who he is. I told Mr. McMichael that I had somewhat canvassed the neighborhood, talked to different people. Nobody knew who he was. And at that time, Mr. McMichael asked me to pass on his phone number to Mr. English, and that he lives right down the road if he needed him to call him. And that's when I sent the text to Mr. English that Greg McMichael was a retired police officer and an investigator from the district attorney's office.
All right, so it's daytime, you encounter him outside his house, and you're talking about what's happening at 220.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any knowledge of what was going on at 220 prior to this?
Any knowledge as in?
As in, did he tell you, I've spoken with Larry English all about
No,
this?
ma'am. He never told me that.
Okay. But you're telling him, hey, I've had these two encounters
Yes.
at 220. And he asked you to forward his information to Larry English.
Yes.
Now, not talking about speculation, but I'm talking about what was your intention in making contact with Greg McMichael that day?
When I rode around, I saw him, so that's when I stopped and spoke to him. And are you meaning that what was my intention of forwarding the information, or?
No, well, did you deputize Greg McMichael?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Did you give him any authority to act as a police officer?
No, ma'am.
All right.
My goal with sending that text was Greg McMichael had, to my knowledge, about 30 plus years of law enforcement experience. Who else to be an expert witness? Call 911. And, I've watched shows, I've seen things where you have 10 people witness a crime, you get 10 different stories on who the person was, what they looked like, what they were wearing. Greg has training and experience. He would be, in my opinion, would be an expert witness to be on the phone with 911. He's running north, south, he's wearing this. He would know the pertinent information that the officers would need to know once they arrived on scene to possibly catch the intruder or the trespasser.
So you wanted him to be a witness?
Yes.
To get this guy identified?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Travis McMichael there at that time?
No, ma'am.
Did you even know Travis McMichael?
No, ma'am.
All right, moving forward to February 11th, 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
What shift were you on?
It was on evening or night shift.
All right. What happened within Satilla Shores that day?
We get the call of I believe it originally come out as a burglary in progress, and so we ran what we call code lights and sirens. We were just getting out of briefing, so I came from the area of our police headquarters, and I was the first officer on scene. And upon my arrival, Travis McMichael and Greg McMichael were on scene, and I stood by, waited for additional officers to get there before I proceeded to check the property for the unidentified male that they called about being on the property.
Okay. So when people call 911, they're reporting what they think is going on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So have you ever had experiences where people call up and they say they've been robbed?
Yes, ma'am.
And it turns out it's something completely different?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this case, you got burglary in progress?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What was it when you got there?
It ultimately ended up being trespassing.
Okay. And when you got there, was the unidentified black male present?
No, ma'am, it was not.
And at this time, both Gregory McMichael and Travis McMichael were on scene.
Yes, ma'am.
Were they armed?
I cannot say for sure if they were armed. I know there was, I believe they told dispatch something to dispatch about having guns, but I did not physically see them openly brandishing guns.
Okay. Do you recall them telling you that they'd put their guns up?
It may have it. Yes.
And the 911 call came in from Travis McMichael, is that right? If you don't remember, it's okay.
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you eventually make contact with Mr. Larry English while on scene?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I called him on the cell phone.
Okay. And did you speak to him about what was going on?
Yes, I did.
All right. And at that point in time, did he send you video of what had happened inside the house?
Yes, I asked him to send me the video to see if it is the same person that has been there numerous times, or the times before.
And while on scene, were you able to review that particular video that Larry English sent you that very night, February 11, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. He sent it to me while I was on scene.
And who'd you show that to?
I showed it to, I'm almost certain I showed it to both Greg and Travis.
All right. And when you saw it, was the young man, did he have a bag or backpack or anything on him?
No, ma'am.
Did you see him take or steal anything?
No, ma'am.
What did Larry English tell you?
That nothing had been.
Object to hearsay unless it's impeaching Mr. English or somehow admissible under the rules of evidence.
It's a prior statement of a witness who has already testified, and he's been subject to extensive cross-examination, which we saw yesterday, and it's prior statement of a witness.
Prior statement of witness is not an exception to the hearsay rule. It's either a consistent statement after he's been impeached, or it's a prior inconsistent statement under 801.
Okay, well, it's a hearsay, so you're not asking him, I'm not explaining why you're using the statement.
Because it goes toward the defendant's knowledge of what was going on because they told it to this officer in front of the two defendants. I maybe need to ask some better questions and lay some foundation.
Go ahead.
All right, I'll lay some foundation. When you're talking to Mr. Larry English on the phone, do you have him on speakerphone?
I have him on speakerphone, yes.
And who is standing right there with you while you have him on speakerphone?
The McMichaels are standing there in close proximity along with other officers.
All right. And is Larry English talking to you about what he can see on his video?
Yes, he is.
And what did he tell you about things being stolen inside the house?
Nothing had been
Still
taken.
going to object unless she can tie what Larry English told him to one of the McMichaels or somebody else that's relevant.
It rebuts the assertion from opening statements that they had all this knowledge and what they're asserting they knew. And it goes to show exactly what they didn't know.
Look, I don't mind if she can show the McMichaels heard. It's on video. We have the video. But for this witness to testify what he said with Larry English and somehow he knows what they heard, I think would be improper.
Let's sustain.
Okay. So, were you wearing your body cam that evening?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right. And have you had the opportunity to review your body cam video prior to coming in to testify today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
All right. And was it fair and accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything added or deleted?
Not that I'm aware of, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition, did you have the opportunity to review the transcript from your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it fair and accurate that you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state will tender into evidence State's Exhibit 231, which is the body cam video, and 231A, which is the transcript of the body cam video.
No objection.
No objection.
No objection.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, at this time, we are going to publish State's Exhibit 231, and we have copies of the transcripts for the jurors. I didn't know if the court wished to give a similar admonition or remind them.
Are we using the transcript the same way?
Yeah, same way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as with yesterday, we're going to provide you with transcripts. I gave you the charge yesterday on how those transcripts are to be used. The evidence in the case is the body cam footage itself. The transcript is simply being used to aid you, as we explained yesterday, and we're going to collect these transcripts up at the end. Please do not read ahead. Thank you.
And Your Honor, may I approach? And Officer Rash, there is State's Exhibit 231A. All right, so Officer Rash, take a look at your screen right there. You can see that. Is this your body cam video?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So first off, I'm going to ask you at the top. I don't know if you can explain this to jury or not. How it says 2/12/2020, and the time looks like it's 34 minutes after, midnight.
Yes.
Do you know why that is that time and date as opposed to 2/11? About 7 hours earlier or 5 hours earlier.
No, ma'am, I do not. know.
Okay. All right. So when we first see this, do you know who this person is?
Now I know him as Diego Perez, I believe it is.
All right. What's he have in his hand?
A flashlight.
The state will this time publish the exhibit, State's Exhibit 231.
House has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah.
You know about that.
Yeah. He's called him several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm up to like this one there. They've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything. Glynn County Police, anybody in here? I just don't know if he's... No, it's just an attic. They don't have there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but. Huh? Well, I mean, there's a ladder right here. We can stand up, but they don't have the attic. Right here now. Go in this next room. You may be down on the dock in the boat or something. We got a police if you're up here. You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. See, he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff. Man,
They got DNR out there trying to see if they can find him.
so they're missing a person, huh?
Well, there's the guy that's running from him. Motorcycle hit the guardrail. Him and the bike flipped over in the river.
Huh. Well, this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling me, texting me, video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight, somebody in here. So. Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it. We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in from our backyard. He's going to check back this way.
Okay.
He's armed, by the way. So,
Okay. I think all our guys are walking.
well, he said he had, I think he said, red shorts and a white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy, if he's got the sleeve. Actually saw him.
Yeah, he said he turned around right here and put the lights on him. He said when the lights hit him, he hauled ass inside the house.
So don't know where.
Yeah.
Just want to let y'all know I can lock this up like daylight if y'all want me.
Did you you have a camera in your window, right?
Yes, I do.
Have you?
But at night, it don't look through the glass.
Uh,
I don't have any vision out here after dark. I need to
Oh, okay.
on the eve, and I'm lazy.
okay.
The rest of them are on the eve, so it's not going to
Well,
look.
get with it,
It's got
man.
cameras.
Get with it, man. Chop chop.
Okay, but like I
Yeah.
said, I can light this whole place up like daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras and.
Yeah, because he's got them.
Y'all seen any vehicles there yet out here?
Nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. That we can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to ID him. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We've caught him on.
This guy right there here's got video too.
We've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's. And he usually goes this way,
Down that way, yeah.
straight down that road.
I got video right here. If he goes down that road,
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
check, see if you find him.
See if you see, because that's usually
Okay.
the way he goes.
Okay.
Okay. Around this neighborhood real quick.
Let me call the owner, see if he can access his cameras. Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a... No, not that one. That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they caught him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So that's the area with no shirt on.
So he ran in the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me. And I ran out front. He was looking for a flashlight, all that kind of shit. And so I was watching down here the whole time, and I didn't see anybody come across the street.
So he had to go behind the backyard.
Yeah.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he wouldn't have seen him.
He live back here?
Me?
No,
No, this guy?
we don't
We don't
know.
know.
I've tried and tried. I've been door to door. Nobody knows him. Mr. English.
How you doing, Officer Rash?
Good. How you doing, sir? I guess you see.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's a false alarm. I sent a video. I don't know if y'all was able to get it or not.
Okay, you sent it to me.
I sent it to Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me. I'm on duty tonight. And, we've there's 5 or 6 of us here, along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen him. We've searched everything. So, thinking, I think Travis here said he went run into the house. So he went out back. He's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left. But we looked all on the dock and in the camper, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. An officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler, any of that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street is going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So, yeah, send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? Yeah, I lost him. I've been talking to nobody.
It's a dead zone.
Oh, hold on. I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So, does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, I got you.
Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always?
Yes, sir, it's the same. Did somebody get a little glimpse of him now?
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back over there and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video. He sent it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty.
That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't. We got,
You haven't seen him leave it on?
no.
This is video.
This house empty right?
It is. It's being built. Oh, that one? No.
This is the video
I think it's occupied.
from one of the prior.
Same kid.
Yeah.
That's
Same
him.
guy.
Yep, that's the same guy.
He's got sleeve tattoos.
He was wearing a red shirt, white pants.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see the tattoos. He's
But he's got like twisty hair.
He's short.
Yep. Yep.
probably about 3 inches.
Yep.
About
Yep.
Short dreads, maybe?
Yep.
Maybe.
Yeah, dreads or twists, whatever
Right.
they call it.
Yeah. I was watching the hands.
Yeah. But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from.
He's coming down this road. I
Yeah.
mean, he was straight up coming down this road. So I don't know if he's coming out of 17 or he's probably going across from that neighborhood. Because we only got 2 black people living in this thing.
Well, I've been up there. You know, down here at the corner of Jones and Zellwood, you have the family there that have the adopted
Right.
and all
Foster kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's
Damn.
no Bear. He's got something wrong with it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, he just kind of shuffles along.
Yeah.
The old black lady right at the corner there.
Yeah, and then
She
when you
has
turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the
Yep,
driveway. There's some blacks right in there.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They, matter of fact, I don't come to think of it, I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house.
Yeah. Well, I've been there for an actual report of an alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me, he sent me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything. I said, so you know,
It's criminal trespass.
yeah, very least. So
Well, I had
loitering and
a pistol
prowling.
stolen. I had it reported. It's stolen on the 1st, right down the road.
Now we did have. I took a report down the road here, the house on the corner. The guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen. But we got on video the car that people that come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood.
Yeah.
How y'all doing?
What's up, man?
Hey, bud. All right. What's going on?
Damn, same dude breaking in. I just called him, but he got off. Got away. In the river?
This is tonight, I'm
Yeah.
sure.
This is facing out the road.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
There he is. Yeah, dreads on him.
Black boy, black boy.
Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. I'll walk back across here in a second. He's got like twists or dreads, 3-4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms.
Was he down there at y'all's place, Gary? No, he's right here. I come driving by, I saw him walk across the yard. You know, and I couldn't do anything. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching in his pocket. First time in my life I didn't have a goddamn gun on me, so I could, you know, but either way, I was going to back the hell out anyway, you know. If I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called y'all, you know. But I had to run back up and grab my phone. So who knows where he went after that point. Somebody's walking across right there. Yep.
Somebody down there behind.
I see there's shoes right over on the right side of the street.
That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk on back down.
Okay.
Good to see you, Ray.
Right there around that van, or that's parked there on the side.
Thank you.
Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. So you fix that, son. I've been lucky. You talked to me a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
About the week.
Yeah, the house. Yeah, the
Christmas,
house over there on the right, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you something's been happening on the far end of Jones Road. I come home early yesterday working on a tree I cut Sunday, and people parked down there at the end of the road. and another car will come up, I guarantee you they're making deals down there. My neighbors across the street said they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures of all the.
We busted a house.
Rob Way's place.
Rob had a guy.
in December.
He had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy Gene that used to own Tackle Shack?
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives?
No, I don't.
He's got a
gray 2-story with a white picket
fence.
Chickens and all.
Well, boy, then Tash Bowie, which is Gene's, I guess that's Gene's
son or girlfriend's kid or something.
Yeah,
like
girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid.
At this point, the state and the defense have agreed to pause and stop the recording at 18-14 seconds.
No. This is you can stop. That's fine. There's no agreement. You can do whatever you want with it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm fine with you stopping it.
Okay, I meant the defense is fine with the state stopping this at 18-14 seconds. All right. At this point, has Greg McMichael left?
He's walked away, yes, ma'am.
All right. And the remainder of this is all, I'll just characterize it as chatting and talking with the neighbors.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So who's Rob Way?
Rob Way was a resident that lived around on Zellwood Drive. I do not recall the numerics. A few weeks earlier, I don't know the exact date or time, I assisted the U.S. Marshals in serving a warrant over there. Mr. Way lived on the water, and he had I guess what you call a roommate, someone who was renting a room from him, and the U.S. Marshals had warrants on that individual. And at the time of them serving that warrant, they located some drugs on the property within the room of the individual that they arrested.
Right. And was Mr. Rob Way and potentially this roommate person or anything a potential suspect in what was going on in Satilla Shores?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Why not?
They did not fit the description.
All right. And you mean the description of?
The black male with the short dreads and the sleeve tattoos.
Gotcha. But I guess I asked a really, really bad question. Rob Way is a white guy, right?
White guy, yes.
Okay, so he's not going to match Larry English's description.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. But I'm asking you, was he a suspect in any of the other theft property crimes that were going on within Satilla Shores?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right, so I want to go back and ask you some questions about what we saw on the video. Did you ever interview Diego Perez out here?
No, ma'am.
All right. And at the beginning, when you and another officer were out by the dock, I think they were talking about a missing person and a motorcycle hit a guardrail and a bike flipped over.
Yes, that was Officer Smith, and he come up, and he also works part-time at a Darien Police Department, at the Darien Police Department, and he monitors their radio. So he was telling me about something that McIntosh had been in a high-speed chase with a motorcycle. The guy crashed and hit the side of the bridge, and the bike and the guy both flipped over into the river.
Didn't have anything to do with this?
No, ma'am, nothing related to this.
All right. And I think you used the word plundering around in there. What do you mean by that?
Just looking around. I know growing up, my grandma used to say, quit plundering around in my kitchen, and they're looking for something. Plundering as in pilfering, looking, opening, just being nosy.
Okay. And you recall Greg McMichael telling you that Travis was now armed?
Yes.
All right. Now, you indicated, I think, we've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he usually goes this way, straight down that road. So what did you mean by that?
A couple times, Mr. English said that when he leaves the property, it looks like he runs down Jones Road, which is not directly across the street, but off to the right. If you're standing with your back to Mr. English's house. It'd be off to your right a little bit. Jones Road runs straight down, and it appears from the camera that's the direction he would run.
Okay. So when he'd leave the property, he would take off running?
Yes, according to Mr. English, yes.
Okay. And I just want to make sure that from what you can understand, Travis McMichael didn't have his cell phone on him at the time he saw Mr. Arbery in the yard. He also did not have a weapon on him.
No, ma'am.
So he left and went down to his house.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's when he got his dad
Yes, ma'am.
and his gun.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then, of course, the two of them came back.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you all are talking about, so he went out the back, he jumped the fence somewhere and went right or left. Was that actually you saw him do that, or was that?
I was going to ask for a page number if you're reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, page 9,
Okay.
lines 2, 3, and 4. Oh, at this time, sorry, let's go ahead and collect the transcripts. Thank you. So when you were out there saying, so he went out back, he's jumped the fence somewhere, went right off, did you actually see?
No, ma'am.
Was that speculation?
No, ma'am. Travis said that he did not see him come back out, that he ran through the house. So if he didn't come out the front, he had to go out the back. So
Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and show you what's been marked and already admitted as State's Exhibit 117. What date do we have here?
February 11th, 2020.
All right. I'm going to back it up. Why don't you take a look at this? What do we got over here?
This open walls, and that's I believe that, I can't remember if that's a window there or open garage door there.
Okay. So, looking out here, I'm going to ask you,
See headlights from a
what do we have here?
headlights from a vehicle.
All right. And they're turning which way?
Appear to be coming off of Jones Road and turning left.
Okay. And would that be towards the McMichael house?
Yes, ma'am.
And then what do we have here?
The male now identified as Mr. Arbery walking in.
Is he running through the house?
No, ma'am.
Is this the only video that Larry English sent you that night?
I do believe so, ma'am.
All right. So Larry English never sent you any video showing how Mr. Arbery actually left the location?
I do not recall any additional video.
So while you were standing and talking about Mr. English, Mr. Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael were both standing there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you indicated that Mr. English has sent me, he's sending me one now. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
What page are you on, ma'am?
We're on page 14. And we're looking at lines 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yes, ma'am.
All right? He hasn't actually seen him take anything. You say this to Greg and Travis McMichael.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does Greg McMichael say?
His response was, it's criminal trespassing.
And what do you say?
Yeah, at very least. Or so, I don't know what those little dots there mean, or dashes. Loitering, I also mentioned possibly loitering and prowling.
Now, with regard to December 7th of 2020, okay? I'm going to keep looking at that page. Did you respond to an entering auto at Renee and Bubba Herndon's house?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so the next thing, when you talk about the house on the corner, the guy with the Jeep, all that, is that location?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you respond December 7th to an entering auto?
Was it December 7th or 8th? I think, did I respond on the 8th and it happened on the 7th?
We'll go
In that time frame.
in that time frame.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's go ahead and say it happened on the 7th. We got your call on the 8th. Did you respond?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you talk to both the Herndons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And did they have some video from the front of their house?
Yes, ma'am, they did.
And did you watch that video?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the person who went into their Jeep and stole their guns? White, black, Hispanic, or Asian?
Appeared to be, based on the video they provided, it was grainy, it appeared to be a white male.
And was that image of a white male then posted to Facebook?
I believe Miss Herndon, or Mr. or Mrs. Herndon, one, posted it to Facebook.
And after that, December 8th, entering auto, did you respond to the next entering auto on January 1st, 2020 at Travis McMichael's house?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you have any idea when Larry English says he's been captured on video at other places, whether they're talking about Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook or something else?
I'm going to object on speculation unless you can lay a better foundation. How does this officer know what Renee Herndon's talking about or anybody else is talking about unless there's a foundation for it?
Just rephrase it. Yeah. Do you have any idea?
Did Larry English tell you that he had seen Renee Herndon's posting on Facebook?
I don't recall him saying he's seen that specific posting. No, no, ma'am.
All right. And I believe in your police report that's related to February 11th, 2020, I think you indicated that Mr. English had posted these videos to social media.
Talking as I canvassed the neighborhood, talking to people, people would say, I've seen video, I've seen stuff on Facebook about it. My understanding was that the videos were posted, but obviously I don't know that I guess I'm learning now that they were not, so they must have seen the video.
I object. This is all a lot of speculation.
He can testify to what he understands was posted, but not what he thinks may have happened.
And what he learned now or from talking to Dick.
Understand.
Okay, so at the time you wrote your report on February 11th, 2020, did you believe, because you put it in your report,
Yes.
that these videos, what we just saw, had been posted on Facebook?
My belief were that at that time, yes, that they had been posted.
And you were a member of that Facebook group, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you check to see if they were posted, to see if people were posting comments and had knowledge?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm a member of that group, but I do not follow that group on a daily basis.
Gotcha. All right. And so you don't have any idea what it was that anybody had seen on Facebook?
No, ma'am, I do not.
show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 327. However, I'm only going to show you pages 327A and 327B. Okay? So take a look at 327A and 327B. See if you're able to recognize those images.
Those are the images from Renee Herndon, and those are, I see the top there, that's from Facebook.
All right. This time the state would tender into evidence States 327A and B.
No objection. It's okay.
No objection.
May I look at it? No objection.
Mr. Call.
No objection.
They're admitted.
State's Exhibit 320, oh, that's out of focus, 327A. Is this a still shot from the video you saw when you responded to the Herndons on December 8th, 2020?
It is.
And is this also another still shot from that video showing the car that was involved?
Yes, ma'am.
So I just want to be clear. When you put in your report on February 11th, 2020, that Larry English had, you believe Larry English had posted to social media, did you ever verify that he'd actually done that?
No, ma'am, I did not.
All right. Do you even have access to Nextdoor?
No, ma'am, I do not.
And directing your attention to February 23rd, 2020, were you at work that day?
No, ma'am, I was not on duty.
All right. Did you have anything to do with the investigation into the death of Ahmaud Arbery?
No, ma'am, I did not.
And one last thing. Have you been named personally in a civil lawsuit in relationship to this case?
I have.
All right. Has that in any way impacted your testimony today?
No, ma'am, it has not.
And directing your attention to May 19th, 2020, did you actually speak with the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that day in relationship to this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was prior to any lawsuit being filed?
Yes, ma'am.
At this time, Your Honor, I will go ahead and pass the witness.
Maybe a good time so I can get set up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take a 15-minute recess. We'll continue with the evidence in this case at 10:30. Again, do not discuss this case amongst yourselves during the break.
Well, rise for jury.
Officer Rash, you can go ahead and take a step down. If I could have you here or back here just before 10:30, and I remind you during the break you're under oath. Do not discuss your testimony with anybody. Thank you. All right, we're recessed until 10:30. Thank you. All right, we are back on. All defendants present, represented by counsel.
I was just having you go get Officer Rash.
Okay. And Mr. Rubin, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Officer Rash, if you could just come forward. All right, we've got the witness back. Officer Rash, I remind you you're under oath. All right, let's go get the jury.
All rise for the jury. Please be seated.
Juror number 5.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Excuse me. We are ready to proceed with the evidence in the case. Mr. Rubin.
Good morning, Officer Rash. Officer Rash, I want to go back through your direct examination and some of the things you've described for the jury. You talked about initially kind of Satilla Shores as a neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that Satilla Shores is a nice middle-class, scenic neighborhood on the Little Satilla River?
Yes.
And you described the folks who live there as primarily elderly, right?
Yes, sir.
There are some people who have kids.
Yes, sir.
They play outside.
Yes, sir.
The adults walk the streets, play in or work in their yard, and enjoy the river.
Yes, sir.
You've been patrolling that neighborhood for how long?
7, 8 years, maybe.
Okay. And you've gotten to know quite a few of the residents through your work, for instance, canvassing the neighborhood.
Yes.
You may not know them all by name, but you recognize faces,
Yes.
right? And you've also gotten a chance, because you're a member of the neighborhood Facebook page, to review some of the posts some of the times on the page.
Yes.
And this Facebook page is actually a pretty good tool for you, isn't it?
It can be, yes.
Because people on Facebook will post about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their fears about crime in the neighborhood.
Yes.
They'll post about their suspicions about crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes.
And how often would you say you review the Facebook page in Satilla Shores?
Only when I knew that there was something going on. If I knew there was an incident today, then I would go today or tomorrow start looking to see what people would post.
Okay. So we're talking about today, this time period between October 25th, 2019 and February 23rd, 2020. During that time period, approximate for the jury, how many times you looked at the Facebook page to see if this black male was seen, the one seen at Larry English's house, was seen by other neighbors or talked about by neighbors in the neighborhood?
I don't believe I could put a number on that.
More than 5?
More than 5, yes.
Okay. And in reviewing the Facebook page, did you learn about other crimes not committed by or suspected by the black male in the Larry English house, but by other people who were missing lawnmowers and suspecting other intruders and things like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Are you saying there were no other posts, or you just don't recall them?
I don't recall any other.
Okay. You're not saying there weren't posts by people like Brandon Gregory's father-in-law? You're not saying, I'm just asking if he's saying that.
Well, hearsay and the Facebook posts are, there's nobody here to testify to those Facebook posts and putting it out there that, well, have you seen this and that? At this point, the Facebook posts are hearsay as to what anyone said or did.
Well, I think we just have a name of a person that may have posted, so.
I'll rephrase. Are you aware of posts by other people in Satilla Shores about crimes or suspected crimes in the neighborhood?
I don't recall any specific, no, I do not.
Okay. In Satilla Shores lives one of your peers, Sergeant Brandon Gregory.
Yes,
You know Sergeant Gregory.
I know Sergeant Gregory. Or
Do you know
Lieutenant
Sergeant Gregory's father-in-law?
I do not know his father-in-law.
Okay. In canvassing the neighborhood, did you ever speak to Sergeant Gregory?
Sergeant Gregory, yes, I have.
Okay. And he gave you some information about his suspicions about the black male who was entering Larry English's house, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. In fact, we didn't see it, I don't think, on the video of February 11th, but he shows up on scene February 11th, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
And he provides you with information about a black male that he suspects is committing crimes in the neighborhood.
Yes,
Okay. Did you follow up on that in any way?
I did.
And turned out,
The elderly couple at the house where he saw them was an elderly black male and female that lived there, and neither one of them, I spoke to the male. The female was in the residence, but she was out of sight. They claimed they did not have any kids, any grandkids, and the male who answered the door did not recognize the male on the picture.
the picture that you were showing.
I was showing.
And that picture, to be clear, was a still of the October 25th video.
Yes, it was.
And that's the one that you used throughout.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, let's go back then to what you knew about crime in the neighborhood during this time period. You were aware that Travis McMichael was a victim of a theft, correct?
Yes.
You were aware that Ronnie Olson was a victim of a theft.
Ronnie Olson?
Man who lived across the street. We see him saying, "I can light this
Yeah, I
place
know who
up."
Ronnie Olson is, but I don't recall any crime at his place.
Okay. Were you aware that Diego Perez was a victim of theft?
I was not aware of Diego Perez either.
Okay. So the only one you're aware of then is just in that little part of the neighborhood is Travis McMichael and Larry English.
That, and I would say the Herndon residence is that general area of the neighborhood.
And that's down Jones Road.
On Jones Road itself?
Do the Herndons live on
No,
Jones?
not on Jones. They live on Satilla Drive, the same as the corner of Satilla and Zellwood, the same as where Mr. English's property is.
Further up towards Highway 17.
Yes, sir.
Towards the entrance. Okay. So let's go back then to the beginning, which is October 25th, 2019.
Yes, sir.
There's a call from Larry English to Glynn County Police, and you get dispatched.
Yes.
And you get dispatched with other police officers as well, correct?
Yes.
An officer, and I may pronounce it wrong, Burgadius, and an Officer Dixon.
Officer Dixon, yes.
Okay. And if you don't recall, I can show you these to refresh your memory. You go out there. The property that you're going to, is this your first time on the property?
First time, yes.
It's 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go onto this construction site, but it's a house.
Yes.
Under construction. And tell the jury what you did when you arrived on scene.
Without going back through my camera, I arrived on scene and walked through, checked the property for the individual that was called upon.
Okay. And you knew from the video This is the clip, and I'm looking at State's Exhibit 121.
Yes.
You knew from looking at this clip.
I'm sorry.
You can answer that. You knew from looking at this clip that this is the clip Larry English sent you.
Yes.
And what you knew about the incident he's complaining about is there's a black male on his dock at 10 o'clock at night.
Yes.
A guy who has no authority to be there.
Yes.
And no legitimate reason that you know of to be there.
Exactly.
And so it's described by Mr. English as plundering around his house. And that's a word you've used in your direct examination. You reviewed the video. Did you review it when you got on scene or before you got on scene?
Afterwards.
Afterwards.
I had him send it to me afterwards.
Okay. When you get on scene, the house is dark. Now, you described the black male as a light-skinned black male, but you understand that the color of his skin depends on the camera that's taking the picture.
Okay, I'm not all into the technology of infrared. Based on what I see there, that looks like a light-skinned black male.
Okay.
What his natural skin looks like in daylight hours, I have no knowledge of that until video at a later time.
On February 23rd?
February 23rd.
And you've looked at that video?
Yes.
Okay. So the male's there on screen, in your video clip, but you get up there on scene without the clip and you go to the dock.
Yes.
You have your flashlight?
Yes.
You have your revolver?
Yes.
Is it out?
I don't believe it's out at that time.
Okay. Because no one's described anybody being armed at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Go through the house?
Yes, we do.
Flashlight?
Yes, sir.
Because without that flashlight, it is pitch black in the house.
Yes.
Okay. You look around. You don't see anything of note, right?
No, sir.
You don't see any body of note.
No, sir.
Okay. And you leave. And you file your police report, right?
Yes, sir.
But then you get the video clip, right?
Yes, sir. Well, I get it before I leave the property that night.
Okay, so you had it before you leave. Yeah. So just in case, as you're driving around the neighborhood, you see someone who fits that description.
Yes.
Okay. You understood also on October 25th that when he left Larry English's house, this unidentified black male, he went across the street to Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Yes.
And
Objection. We have an issue we need to take up outside the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could go ahead and retire to the jury room.
It's all right for jury.
Almost lost somebody.
See it.
All right.
I don't necessarily know that he needs to step down for this.
Okay.
All right.
You just-
Your Honor, Ms. Sue B. Lawrence was not at home on October 25th, and she then tells Diego Perez something, and then Diego Perez tells this officer something. I asked Mr. Rubin, are you going to go into this? Because it's hearsay within hearsay, because Diego Perez is telling him something that Sue B. Lawrence said. And he said, no, I'm not going to go into that. And then you knew that he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house. So the only way this officer would know that is if Diego Perez had told him that, and if Sue B. Lawrence had told Diego Perez. So now we're into triple hearsay here. And,
Let's clarify.
so I didn't ask for any hearsay in that question. And the way and this is why I was asking, the way he knows he went towards Sue B. Lawrence's house is because Larry English made a second 911 call that's in evidence on October 25th saying he's going across the street to the whitish yellow house, and he went there. It's not hearsay. It's exactly what he did.
So ask the question. So the question I thought was, and he ran to Sue B. Lawrence in the direction of Sue B. Lawrence's house.
Correct. And that's in the 911 call. He doesn't mention Sue B. Lawrence by name, but he describes the house, and in fact, Officer Rash went there.
Where did you learn that information?
I could not recall if it was actually from dispatch or while I was on scene with because Diego Perez was out walking around that night. And until I did not know exactly, did it come from dispatch or Sue B. Lawrence, or from Diego Perez?
Maybe one or the other. Let's just clarify that, and we can move on from there then.
And I'm not asking what Diego said or anything like that.
Okay. That's not, now that it could be one or the other.
And that was my concern. It's like we're going down this path where we're into triple hearsay, and I just want to cut it off before we get there.
Yeah, I'm not going to address anything then before the panel. I understand what the witnesses testified to, and there's a possibility of two different reasons for him having that knowledge. You're welcome to follow up on directly. All right, let's go get the panel. Technically, the dispatch could possibly be hearsay too, but I'll let the state follow up on that. But that is an evidence. Yes. Call is.
But he's not listening to 911 call. He's not the dispatcher.
Yeah.
He gets it from somebody else.
We're resolved. We're moving forward. Mr. Rube, maybe you could just clear the whole thing up by asking him that question, where he learned that.
Okay.
How he knows that.
Okay.
My fear is that the answer is, well, I don't know if I heard it from this guy or heard it from here. It's like now he doesn't know which hearsay source.
I just asked him what he did.
Strike that. Let's not worry about it. Let's move on to whatever your next question is. Whatever he did becomes relevant.
That's what I was trying to get.
All right, for jury, please. Please see it.
Welcome back. All right. We've resolved the matters we need to resolve. We're ready to get back into the evidence. Mr. Rubin.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Officer Rash, after checking out Larry English's house, did you end up going over to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
I did.
And what did you do at Sue B. Lawrence's house? Tell the jury.
I went over and knocked on the door. I noticed that she had a black square camera on her front porch shining down towards the walkway leading up to the door.
Did you look around the house or just go to the front door?
I looked around. The rear of the property is fenced in, so I looked around the front yard and would be the left side, which faces Jones Road.
Okay. Didn't see the black male.
No.
By that point, did you already have this video clip? Do you know?
Would have to look at the time that was actually sent to my phone versus the time that I was over there.
When you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house, were you aware that Larry English had called back to the Glynn County Police Department describing where this man, in his perception, was going to?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you went to Sue B. Lawrence's house?
Yes.
Okay. While you were out at Sue B. Lawrence's house, did you see a man named Diego Perez?
Yes, I did.
And without telling us anything Diego Perez said, what was he doing out there?
Checking her property.
Okay. Do you know if he was armed?
I do not.
Okay. Did you ask him?
No, I did not.
Did he get in your way in any way?
No, he did not.
Okay. So he was looking around the property at about the same time you were looking around the property. Was he still in his boxer shorts?
I do not recall him being in boxer shorts.
Okay. Fully dressed?
I'm assuming, yes, dressed. Yes.
As far as you know?
As far as I know, he was dressed.
Okay. if I understand correctly, you received the next call to go out to Larry English's house on November 18th. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes, sir.
Okay. And that would have been your second time out there.
Yes.
Right? Did you, at the time you went out there on November 18th, have Larry English send you the video clips again?
Yes.
Okay. So when you went out there on the 18th, you knew you're looking for the same black male who's come back on his property.
Yes.
And this time, if you can play November 18th, and this is State's Exhibit 123. You saw this video clip.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see in the video clip. Let me just pause it for a second. Saw in the video clip the boat on the left-hand side of the video, right?
Yes.
That's not the boat where Larry English's electronics were stolen from.
No, sir.
That's a smaller, just boat for tooling around the river.
Yes, sir.
Not his offshore boat.
Yes, sir.
But you understood by the 18th, and correct me if I'm wrong, that he had a theft from his boat that was parked at the property.
I was aware of a theft from the boat, but I do not know the date and time that he called me
And
told
told
me about that.
Okay. So it's possible that you went there on the 18th and still didn't know about items missing from Larry English's house.
Yes.
Okay. You went there on the 18th, and this time you're still with other officers.
Yes.
It's dark.
Yes.
You go into the scene. You have your flashlight.
Yes, sir.
You have your gun.
Yes, sir.
Is it drawn?
While we're checking, I don't recall.
Okay. Because at this point, you still have no information that this man is possibly armed.
No, sir.
Okay. No reason to worry about a threat at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. But it's now struck you that twice the same black male has entered Larry English's house
Yes.
and didn't catch him.
Nope.
He's gone.
Go.
By the time you get there, he's gone now twice.
Yes, sir.
How long does it take you, and believe me, I'm not criticizing you at all. You get the call, you go. How long does it take you to get there on these occasions, do you know?
That could vary very well. I mean, am I on another call? Do I have to finish up there? It could be, if I'm just out riding from the central location of my area, 4 to 8 minutes.
Okay. So within 4 to 8 minutes, if at best 4 minutes, worst 8 minutes, the guy is gone.
Yes.
Okay. On the 18th, when you check out the property, and I assumed you checked out the dock area,
Yes.
there's a camper on the property, just like we saw on the 11th. You checked out the camper area. He's got valuables stored at this property, right?
Yes.
It's got construction valuables,
Yes.
saws and other tools, right?
Yes.
It's got boats that are valuable,
Yes.
equipment within the boats that are valuable.
Yes.
He's got a camper that contains his belongings.
Yes.
It's his property, right?
Yes, sir.
Even though it's an open construction site, it's his property.
Yes, sir.
And he has a right to keep people on or off as he sees fit.
He does.
Okay. You're now there twice. You miss him twice.
Yes.
Do you know how he gets away on the 18th?
Other than walking away, that's it.
Okay. Do you do any other steps that night? Take any other steps to find the black male?
Just canvass the neighborhood.
Okay. When you say canvas, and this is on the 18th, are you just patrolling the neighborhood, or are you actually knocking on doors?
No, driving around, shining the spotlights.
Okay. Doing what you can to find this elusive black male.
Yes.
You get a call from Larry English on the 1st of December, but you're off duty.
Yes.
But he describes for you a suspect.
Yes.
Someone he thinks may be involved in the theft of the stuff from his boat.
Yes.
So is it fair to say to the jury that by December 1st, you know Larry English has been burglarized?
Yes.
Objection to that characterization, because that's not at all what Larry English said or testified to.
Well, I'm asking this officer's perceptions at that time.
Relevancy as to this officer's perceptions at that time of what Larry English said. Larry English testified yesterday.
Whoa.
So
go to speaking objections. Again, Larry English has testified. His testimony is in the record. You're asking this witness what his recollection is and what it's based upon, as I understand it.
Correct.
Okay. With that, it's overruled.
Okay. By December 1st, 2019, you understood that Larry English was missing his Yeti cooler, right?
I knew he was missing a cooler. I didn't know it was a Yeti, but yes, a cooler.
We just gave a plug to Yeti. We wanted to do that. An EPIRB satellite system.
Yes.
And another piece of electronic, I think a microphone system.
Yes.
Okay. And you understood that the items were taken from the offshore boat that had been parked at Larry English's house.
Yes.
Right in the same area where this boat is now parked in State's Exhibit 123.
Yes.
Right, that RV garage.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of course, you're off duty. Last thing you need is to get these calls. So you say, call somebody else or I'll be there. I can check it out tomorrow.
Now, are you referring to the item stolen or the...
Well, on December 1st, it's calling you because he's got suspect now of who might have done it in his mind.
Yes, I told him I was off duty, and he called in reference to the people under the bridge.
Right.
And I told him I would check it out when I was back on duty.
And you were nice enough on the 2nd of December to go down to the Fancy Bluffs Bridge and look under the bridge to see if there was any truth to this notion that the person who was stealing the items and entering his house was down there under the bridge.
Yes.
You didn't see any evidence of it?
Did not.
And that was the end of that?
End of that.
Okay. Help us understand when you not just patrolled the neighborhood, but actually went around the neighborhood talking to everyone, I think is the word you said on February 11th. When did you talk to people?
Not every single one, but anybody that I encountered out riding their golf cart, walking, I would stop. Hey, I'm Officer Rash. I would introduce myself and ask them. I would show them a still from that video. Have you seen this guy in around the neighborhood? Do you know where they live? We would patrol. Every day I'm on shift, I ride that neighborhood. Try to ride it once or sometimes twice per shift.
Okay. So it's not just one day you said, I'm going to go knock on doors. It's throughout this whole time period.
Yes.
And you're patrolling the neighborhood. You're going down Satilla, Burford, Zellwood, Holmes, Jones, all the streets you patrol in that subdivision. And when you see someone in the yard, you stop.
Yes.
When you see a house has a Ring doorbell or some other camera system, you stop and inquire.
Yes.
Because you're trying to find the guy who has entered Larry English's house now twice and twice gotten away.
Yes.
You're asking people, but to your frustration, no one knows this guy.
No, sir.
No one can tell you where he lives. No one even told you they saw him jogging in the neighborhood.
No, sir.
Right? Not a single person has seen him jogging that you talked to.
Now, I did not specifically ask, have you seen this guy jogging? But no one had seen him in the neighborhood, period.
Tell us about how many people over the course of those months that you talked to about this. How many people did you talk to?
A dozen, 12 to 10 to 20 people.
Okay. You're showing people the stills, not from the November 18th, but the stills from October 25th video, or both?
I believe from the 25th. Still
Okay.
from the 25th.
The guy on the dock.
Yes.
Okay. And you're letting them know that this is a guy seen up at 220 Satilla Drive.
Yes.
Some people might know Larry English, but I assume most did not know who he was.
I have no idea on that.
Okay. Did you ask people to review their surveillance videos to see if he might have been captured on certain dates on those videos?
I never encountered anybody that had video so yeah, no, I didn't ask anybody to review.
Okay. The next time you go out there is February 11th.
Yes, sir.
And February 11th is now your third time responding to Larry English's house.
I believe so, yes.
You're aware, though, that that other officers have been to Larry English's house, right?
Yes.
Are you talking to these other officers?
I have interacted a couple times, just passing on, like at the end of our shift, the beginning of next shift, let them know, hey, be on the lookout, pass along to the next officer. I believe I called, it was Seth, Officer Powers, on the phone and passed on some information, because our briefings is we don't always see each other face to face. I would just call, hey, are you working Baker 9 tonight, or are you working Baker 9 today? Be on the lookout.
And Officer Powers is one of those officers who did respond to Larry English's house on the 17th of November.
I believe so, yes.
Right? When the white couple came to his house, you didn't respond to that call.
No, sir.
Is it your understanding that Officer Powers responded?
I'm not 100% sure. I have to look at the CAD log to see who was on duty that day.
All right, but if you don't have any knowledge, that's fine. February 11th, this time it's not Larry English's call. It's Travis McMichael's call.
Yes.
Were you aware when you got there, or on your way there, that the man who is now seen on the 11th of February is possibly armed?
At one point, Travis says that he appeared to reach for his pocket or his waistband. I do not recall if that was relayed to me via dispatch while I was en route or once I arrived on scene.
Okay. So we saw a video, and this time you're not just going in with your flashlight. This time you got guns drawn. So does that help refresh your memory? It does. Of when you heard that the man in the house is possibly armed.
Yeah, I would say yes.
And what does your memory now tell you is when you learned that he was possibly armed?
We went in with our guns drawn based on that. The dispatch told us that he was possibly armed. That's why we would have went in there with our guns drawn while we searched the residence.
So this is a different situation. You're now going to a house and you might encounter a man who has a gun.
Yes.
Heart pumping?
Yes.
Adrenaline flowing?
Yes.
Okay. Now you got to be really on your toes.
Yes.
And we saw another officer with you. I think his name is Trenton, but
Trenton Sherman.
Officer Sherman.
Mm-hmm.
He's there with you.
Yes.
At some point, did you hear Officer Trenton say, and I'm just using the quote, if I misquote it, tell me, where you at, motherfucker?
I don't recall hearing that.
Okay. At this point, though, you're on heightened alert.
Yes.
You have, when you get on scene, you have neighbors out there. You have Travis McMichael out there.
Yes.
Who you hadn't met up till that point.
No.
You have Greg McMichael out there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you have Diego Perez out there.
Yes.
You recognize Diego as the guy you saw on the 18th of November?
Yes.
You got Officer Sherman with you, or does he come later?
Officer Sherman arrived after. That's why I stood by the car out front waiting on him.
Okay.
He and Officer Chandler Smith, they arrived about the same time.
Okay, and they're your partners. They're your backup, essentially.
Postal backup.
You're taking the lead on this.
Yes.
Okay, and when you get there, essentially, Travis McMichael, Diego Perez, and Greg McMichael are keeping an eye on the house.
Yes.
Okay, making sure that if this guy goes anywhere, this intruder, that they keep eyes on him.
Objection. Overuse of the word intruder. And Judge, we would object to that use of that word.
Burglar?
So, ladies and gentlemen, as I've already instructed you, the questions asked by lawyers and statements made by lawyers are not evidence in this case. Mr. Rubin chooses to use that word to describe the individual. Again, the testimony that comes from the stand is the evidence in this case, and what you may see as exhibits. Mr. Rubin.
Thank you. When you get there, 3 neighbors have basically blanketed the front and back of the house to keep an eye out for this guy. Right?
Upon my arrival, they were all in the front yard.
On the front, okay.
Yes.
At what point do they start going in the back?
I don't recall them going in the back while we were clearing the residence.
Well, you're told Travis is in the back at some point, aren't you?
That's after we walked back to the front, after we cleared the residence, I believe.
Okay. All right. If you'll go start the video. This is, I'm sorry. No, 2. States Exhibit 231. Let's walk through this video a little bit. Yes, actually, if you don't mind, Mr. Jackson. Do you mind, Your Honor, if we pass this out?
You're going to refer to a specific portion of the transcript just at this time?
We're going to walk through the exhibit again.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we could, you're going to get copies of the transcript. Don't start reading back over. Mr. Rubin's going to be referring to portions of the transcript, and those transcripts are being given back to you to help you refer to that page and line that's being addressed. So if you could please use those in that way. Thank you.
I'll try not to ask about what's being said versus what's being seen, so we don't have them reading while they should be watching.
If we could.
All right, stop right there. And this is, you testified earlier that the man seen on the screen at this point is Diego Perez.
Yes.
He's got a flashlight.
Yes, sir.
And he's heading towards down the side of the house. Is that correct?
Yes, to the side, yes.
Okay. Now the side of the house, that white vehicle or that white item, that's Mr. English's camper.
Yes.
Okay. Let's stop there. At that point, Officer Rash, had you authorized Diego Perez to do any investigation?
I have not authorized him.
Had you authorized him to do any search for Mr. English or for you?
No, I have not.
You had not deputized Diego Perez.
No, I have not.
But he's out there assisting.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
At that time, yes.
You didn't have any problem with that?
No.
And Greg McMichael and Travis McMichael are out there as well?
Yes, they are.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You even find out Travis is armed, right?
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
You didn't tell Travis to go put his gun up.
No.
You didn't tell Travis to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Greg to go home.
No, I did not.
You didn't tell Diego to go home.
No, I did not.
They're out there keeping their eyes out, assisting you.
Yes.
You're okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. Can you stop right there? Do you see this flashlight back here?
Yes, sir.
Do you know who that is?
That's Diego Perez standing along the fence, shining the light back there.
Okay. So he's, while you're in front with other officers, your body camera is now just turning on. He's out back. He's heading back by the camper and back where the dock is, correct?
He's walking down the side of the house, yes.
Okay.
The owner of this house has caught this guy on video.
Oh, yeah.
I know about that.
Yeah. He's called him several. I'm surprised he hadn't called me tonight.
Yeah.
All right, stop right there. Larry English didn't even call you that night until you called him,
Correct.
right? Is it your understanding that instead of calling the Glynn County Police, he called Diego Perez?
I did not know that.
Okay.
At that point, I did not know that.
Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, say that
At
again.
that point, I did not know that.
When did you find that out?
When he, on the phone, he told me he had sent the video to Diego, and that's when I responded, I'm the one on duty tonight. I understood him. He sent it to an officer we have, Del Torre, Diego Del Torre. And I was thinking he sent that to another officer. That's why on the phone with Mr. English, I said, I'm the one on duty tonight. Send it to me.
Did you ever ask Diego Perez this night to see what Larry English had sent him?
No, I did not.
Because you didn't know he had it?
I did not know.
Okay. What do we see you getting out of your? It looks like the
A
trunk.
flashlight. That's out of my front door. I have my standard police issue flashlight, and then I have a larger. It's a brighter flashlight, and my police issue flashlight was going dead, so I went and retrieved a second flashlight.
Okay. And while you're retrieving your flashlight, we see two gentlemen on your body cam. I think you've identified the man in the blue shirt as Diego Perez, and you know who that is?
I believe that's Travis or Greg McMichael.
The man in what looks like a gray short sleeve shirt.
Yes.
Okay. And he's walking around the house as well.
They're in the front yard of the house, yes.
Okay.
They've been watching. They said unless he's jumped the fence and went over somewhere, they don't know if he hasn't went on the road. So we just need to check everything.
Stop right there. That's you.
That is me.
You got your flashlight in one hand and your police issued firearm in the other.
Yes.
Okay. Guns drawn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The county police, anybody in here?
Let me stop for a second. You got your gun drawn, but it's a burglary or trespassing. It's a property crime. So why is your gun drawn?
I believe at that point then that we were notified, I guess dispatch had notified us that possibly armed.
So it's for your protection.
My protection.
Not to hurt anybody. It's to protect you.
Absolutely.
In case somebody jumps down from the rafters we're looking at
Yes, sir.
and surprises you.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect yourself.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Officer Sherman.
Yes, sir.
You need to protect Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and Diego Perez because they're in danger too.
Possibly.
You don't know what's going to happen,
I do not.
but you don't take any chances.
Not at all.
Okay. So it's standard procedure when you go into a possible armed situation to make sure you have your gun ready
Yes.
for your protection.
Yes, sir.
Clear here.
Can you stop right there? I didn't hear you, Officer Rash, say, and maybe I just missed it, Glynn County Police, come out, like they do on TV. Did you say it and I missed it, or you didn't say it?
I said Glynn County Police when we walked in.
Okay. So that's to announce your presence.
Yes.
And that's to make sure you're not surprising anybody.
Yes.
And it's to make sure that that person knows if that they should come out because you're an officer.
Yes.
You use your presence to get compliance with orders.
Yes.
Right? You're in uniform. You want them to see your badge, right?
Yes.
See your vest if you're wearing a vest that night that says Glynn County Police.
Yes, sir.
Because presence is one way to gain compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Shouts is another word. Shout meaning I'm here.
Yes, sir.
I want you to come out with your hands up. That's gaining compliance, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar with the phrase shout, shove, show, shoot?
No, sir.
Okay. You're familiar with the use of force continuum.
Yes.
And the use of force continuum, as you know from your training, is the levels of force that can be used by a police officer,
Yes.
including just your presence is a use of force.
Yes.
When I'm here and I tell you to do something, you do it just because I'm here.
Yes.
Another way to get compliance is shouting. a command.
Yes, sir.
Do as I say, because I'm telling you, as a police officer, what to do.
Yes.
Right? And I have the authority to do that.
Yes.
Another way to gain compliance is to show your weapon, as you're doing here.
Yes.
I have a weapon. Don't do anything stupid. Here it is. You're not hiding it, right?
Yeah.
It's not a concealed weapon. You want them to see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Because seeing a weapon will gain compliance from the person you're seeking to investigate.
Yes, sir.
And then last, of course, the ultimate use of force is shooting somebody.
Yes, sir.
And that's deadly force.
Yes.
And you only do that when you yourself are in danger or when other people are in danger.
Yes.
No, it's just an attic. They don't have a, there's a ladder here, but to access that attic, but well, I mean, there's a ladder right here we can stand up, but they don't have the attic.
Is that Officer Sherman?
That is Officer Sherman.
Okay.
Right here now. Go in this next room. Maybe on the dock in the boat or something. We got a police drug here.
Example of a verbal command and presence?
Yes.
Okay.
You already checked the doors on this camper? Yeah. See, he's got cameras out here, and the guys caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff.
Who are you talking to?
Officer Sherman.
Okay, so you're getting him up to speed on the things that you know that the guys caught him, the guy being Larry English,
Yes.
caught him on before out here messing around on the boats and stuff. You're talking about the stuff in the back of the house.
On the docks, yes.
On the docks, okay.
Man.
They got DNR out there trying to see if they can find him.
So they're missing a person, huh?
Well, there's a guy that's running from him. Came in the light, flipped over on the river.
Huh. Well, this said this guy's got these cameras, and he lives in Douglas or somewhere, and he's always calling and texting me video of the guy plundering through the house. Well, tonight the neighbor come by and saw the flashlight of somebody in here. So
You use Mr. English's word, plundering. Kind of like you're back in your grandma's kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
Plundering means messing around with stuff you shouldn't be messing around with.
The way I feel, yes.
Just like your grandma used to say,
Yep.
get out of our way. You're getting into my stuff.
Yes.
And that's how you use it. And you got that word from Larry English. Same word he uses.
Yep.
Oh yeah, man, that's good quality stuff too. He sends me the video of it.
Some good quality stuff. What are you referring to?
The officer, I believe it was Officer Sherman, was standing there looking up at the camera located on the front of the house. My body camera doesn't show it, but he's standing there with his light looking at the camera that Mr. English has mounted on the front corner.
So the good quality stuff is the good quality surveillance system
Yeah.
that allows you now to know what this guy looks like
Yep.
and to be able to identify him.
Yes, sir. A lot of places we go to, the cameras look like they were from the 1950s, very, very poor quality, and those were some of the better quality cameras I have seen.
Okay, great. Now you're back out front, right?
Yes, sir. Walking back up to our cars.
We don't see him back there unless he jumped the fence this way or.
Travis just walked down there. He's going in our backyard, back this way.
Okay.
He's armed, by the way.
Okay.
Stop right there. So at this point, Greg McMichael is talking to you, correct? And Greg McMichael is telling you that Travis just walked down there. He's going in my backyard to check back this way.
Yep.
So Mr. McMichael, Travis McMichael, at this point is kind of expanding the search
Going down, I took that as he's going down to his residence.
in the backyard. Or I'm sorry, yeah, he's going in my backyard to go check back this way, right?
Yes.
Because it's possible that the black male intruder is left that scene and is in somebody else's backyard.
Possibility.
And Travis is checking that out.
Yes.
And Travis is checking it out on February 11th, 2020 with a gun.
I don't know that he is checking out other people's backyards.
No, his backyard.
He's going to check out his backyard,
And
yes.
he's armed.
Yes, he is.
Just like he was armed when he was back at Larry English's house.
Yes.
Okay. He didn't go home, get the gun, come back out and go into his backyard, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. You're okay with that?
Yeah,
No problem. He's right to carry a firearm.
he does.
And just like you're needing it for protection, he has a right to protect himself as well.
He does. On his property, yes.
On any property, he has a right to
Well,
protect
yes.
himself.
I think all our guys are walking.
He said he had, I think he said, red shorts and a white shirt.
I wonder if it's the same guy, if he's got the sleeve. So Travis actually saw him.
Yeah, he said he turned around right here, put the lights on it, to see when the lights hit him. He hauled ass inside the house. Yeah. I want to let y'all know I can lock this up by daylight if y'all want.
Did you have a camera in your window, right?
Yes.
Had,
We didn't identify, I don't think, this guy. This is Ronnie Olson.
Ronnie Olson.
And he lives right across the street,
Yes, sir. Directly across the street.
directly across the street, 219 Satilla.
I believe so, yes.
Did you understand that he had a surveillance system?
I knew he had a camera in his window, and he mentioned then he had one on the corner, the eave of, I believe, the eave of his house.
But it just wasn't very good at night.
No.
Okay.
But at night, it don't move through the glass.
uh,
I don't have any vision out here after dark. I mean,
Oh, okay.
on the eve and I'm lazy.
Okay.
The rest of them are on the eve, so it's not gonna
well,
look.
get with it, man. Get with it, man. Chop, chop.
He said he was lazy, so
Like I said,
Yeah.
I can light this whole place up by daylight.
Yeah, I'm gonna call Mr. English and get him to look back at his cameras. And
Yeah, because he's got.
nah, this guy, he's always on foot. Nobody in the neighborhood knows who he is. We can't identify. I've been about every house, door to door, trying to.
I know you said earlier it wasn't really every house door to door, but 10 to 20 people, no one's seen them walking the neighborhood, running the neighborhood, jogging the neighborhood, doing anything in the neighborhood. No one's seen them.
no one had ever seen him.
Okay.
ID. He's been on their video. They have video over here. We caught him on
This guy right there, he was
We've caught him on several video cameras, but we just can't find where he's, and he usually goes this way, straight down that road.
All right, stop. Again, when you're saying he goes this way, you're talking about Jones?
Jones, yes.
Okay. If I could just maybe. Just to orient everybody, if they can see, and if you can see, Stilla Drive. Here's the entrance up here. Can you see that, Officer Rash?
Yes, sir.
And Stilla Drive. This is Jones, and that's Larry English's house right across
Yes.
from Jones. McMichaels live further down.
Yes.
Okay.
So where I'm standing in this picture,
Yeah.
Jones Road would be right to the right where Mr. Olson, you can see Mr. Olson pointing down Jones Road.
Okay. So if you looked right across the street, you'd look down Jones Road.
Well, yeah, at an angle, directly across you see the house, but off to the right of Mr. Olson is Jones Road.
Right.
That's Satilla Drive,
Okay.
and then Jones would be off to the right of him.
Do you know Matt Albenzi?
I do know Matt out busy.
He lives down Jones.
Yes, he does.
Okay.
Right here, if it goes down that road,
Yeah.
I'll go check.
Okay,
Go
yeah.
check, see if he finds it.
See if you see, because that's usually the way he goes.
How do you know the way he usually
We
goes?
call the owner, see if they
That
can access-
Based on
Mr. English is saying when he leaves the property, the first time he said he went over towards Jones Road, towards the house on the corner. And the second time, I believe Mr. English, I remember him telling me that he left in the same direction.
Okay. Do you know if that black male has any business down that road?
I do not.
Doesn't, there's no grandma down there?
I don't even know who he is, so I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you.
His cameras. Hold on. What's that now? Yeah, the son saw him, put the light, he ripped it around, and the guy ran inside. This is a. That's from the dock out there. This is videos from before they called him inside. So he's got kind of a twist hair, if it's the same guy, and his sleeve, he's lighter skin, and he's got sleeve tattoos. So,
At this point, you hadn't gotten English's videos yet for this night.
No, I'm showing Officer Sherman video because he is about to start driving around canvassing the neighborhood.
And you want him looking for that black male?
Yes.
Okay.
here he is with no shirt on.
So he ran into the garage?
That's where they
That's
saw
what
him.
Travis said he did, but he came, when Travis got down there, he ran in the house and told me. And I ran out front, he was looking for a flashlight, all that kind of shit. And so I was watching that here the whole time, I didn't see anybody come across the street.
He had to go behind the backyard.
That or else when Travis turned around, he could have come across behind him, and he wouldn't have seen him.
You live back here?
No,
This guy?
we don't know. I've tried. I've been door to door. Nobody knows him. Mr. English.
How you doing, Officer Rash?
Good. How you doing, sir? I guess you see him.
Hanging in there. I'm sorry if it's a false alarm. I sent a video. I don't know if y'all was able to get it or not.
Okay, you sent it to me.
I sent it to Diego, but I will send it to you. I didn't know if you was the one that was over there, but I'll send it to you.
No, I sent it to me. I'm on duty tonight. No, there's 5 or 6 of us here, along with the neighbors, and we haven't seen him. We've searched everything, so thinking of, I think,
5 or 6 of you, meaning Glynn County Police Department,
Yes.
and neighbors.
Yes.
And neighbors are not only the McMichaels and Diego Perez, but also Ronnie Olson now.
Ronnie Olson, yes.
At some point, we see Matt Albenzi come into view in a red shirt, right?
Yes.
Okay.
This here said he run into the house, so he went out back, he's jumped the fence somewhere, went right or left, we looked all on the dock and in the camper, you know, under the camper, around the camper. We looked all up in the rafters and everything. The officer even got on the ladder and looked up there to see if he was on top of around the air handler, any of that up there. No signs of him here. They're canvassing the neighborhood right now, trying to find him. So we're actively looking, and your neighbor across the street is going to look at his camera because he says his camera looks at whatever this road is, Jones Road. He's got a camera that looks at Jones Road. He's going to look at it and see if he's seen where he went that way. But as of now, that's what I was going to see. So just send me what video you have. Does it look like it's the same guy as always? I lost him. We've been talking to nobody.
It said ended on the.
I lost you there. My Bluetooth tried to connect. So does your camera, does it look like the same guy as always? Hello. Hello, sir. Okay. Does it look like the same guy as always?
Same guy. Right? That's what he's telling you.
Yes, sir.
First time now you've actually confirmed that the guy on February 11th is the guy on November 18th, the guy on October 25th.
Yes, sir.
Still can't catch him.
Nope.
The guy, Mr. McMichael lives down the road, the retired law enforcement officer and the DA investigator. His son saw him and said, you know, the black male had on red shorts or whatever. I had to go back over and get exactly what he had on. But he saw him and turned in your yard, put the headlights on him, and he run in the house. He saw him run through the house, so we just don't know who he is. So. All right. Thanks, sir. He's saying it's the same guy. He's got the video.
Officer Rash. You're approaching Greg McMichael, Travis McMichael, and somebody I don't know who that is. I don't know if it's Officer Sherman or somebody else. Telling them English has just confirmed it's the same guy who's been breaking into the house on multiple occasions.
Yes. Or entering, not breaking in, trespassing on the property. Yes.
Trespassing, but stuff's missing.
Not by this guy.
Do you know that?
None of the video shows him take anything from the property.
None of the video shows anybody taking anything, but stuff's missing.
There is stuff missing, yes.
From the boat.
From the boat, yes.
Parked on the property.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Circumstantial evidence. Right?
Objection. Calls for a legal conclusion. This is for the jury.
I think this officer's now explaining what he knows and how he knows it and what significance it has to him.
He said he explains what he knows and understands. Go ahead.
Okay. Boat's on the property.
I know there's stuff missing from the boat on the property, yes.
At the same time, this black male has now entered 3 times.
Yes.
Okay. But you're talking to Travis and Greg, right? As you're walking down, confirming that Larry English says it's the same guy.
Yes.
Yeah, he said it to another officer. He didn't know who was on duty. That's the first time I've seen him in here, but we don't.
You haven't seen him anymore?
This is video.
It is being built. Oh, that one? No.
This is the video
I think it's off that.
from one of the prior.
Same kid.
Yeah,
That's him. Yep, the same
he's got
guy.
sleeve tattooed.
So now, Travis confirms for you that the guy he's looking at on February 11th, the guy he saw in person, is the same guy that's been there before.
Yes.
He was wearing a red shirt, white pants. I didn't see the tattoos. He's
But he's got like twisty hair. Yep.
probably 3 inches.
Yep.
That's what dreads, maybe?
Yep. Yeah, dreads or twist, whatever they call it.
Yeah. I was watching the hands.
But yeah, that's what it is. It's the same guy. I don't know where the crap he's coming from.
He's coming down this road. Straight down this road. So I don't know if he's coming down 17 or he's probably going across from that neighborhood.
When Travis tells you he's coming down this road, we're talking about Satilla Drive.
He is pointing from the entrance down to Tiller Drive, yes.
So at least Travis suspects, or at least telling you, it's coming from the entrance at 17 into the neighborhood.
That's, yes, what he's telling me.
Okay.
Well, I've been up there. You know, down here at the corner of Jones and Zellwood, you have the family there that have the adopted, right, and all foster kids. Yeah. I went and talked to them because they got one that kind of matches it, but he's Bear. He's got something wrong with him. As a matter of fact, he just had a kidney transplant. Blah blah blah. He just kind of shovels. Yeah, the old black lady right at the corner. Yeah, and then when you turn on Zellwood down there, the house has got a dumpster out by the driveway. There's some blacks right in there. Is that right? Yeah. Matter of fact, I don't want to think of it. I kept forgetting about them. They have some kids that age that hang around that house. Yeah. Well, I've been there for a report of a alleged assault or whatever, and it's the kids they have are only females. Now I don't know if it's one of them's boyfriend. They only had daughters there, so it could be unless somebody's moved in with them, whatever. But yeah, nobody seems to know who this kid is, where he's coming from. But like he's always, and all the times on the video that Mr. English just sent me, he sent me one out. It's always been just in there plundering around. He hasn't seen him actually take anything.
Stop. He hasn't seen him take anything,
Yep.
right? That's what you
What he
described for Travis and Greg. But you don't say he hasn't taken anything.
That's true.
Only that he hasn't been seen.
Hasn't been seen taking anything.
Just as no one's been seen taking anything.
No one.
I said so, you know, trespass. Yeah, very least.
Stop.
Loitering and prowling.
Criminal trespass, yeah, at the very least. Is that you talking or someone else talking?
I believe Greg said criminal trespass, and I said at the very least.
At the very least. Because it could be
I have to
burglary.
look at the
Right?
how it is. Yes.
Because it could be burglary.
If he is caught taking something, then yes, he could be charged with burglary.
Well, if it is not taking something but goes in with the intent to take something, you understand that's burglary, right?
With the intent to take something.
Mm-hmm.
If he, how do I know he had the intent?
I don't know. I'm just saying that's the law as you understand it as an officer, right?
With the intent, yes. The law does say with the intent.
Okay.
And reported and stolen on the first, right down the road. Now, we did have, I took a report down the road here, the house on the corner, the guy where the Jeep and all is, he had some stuff stolen, some guns stolen, but we got on video the car that people had come in and stole them. They were from another neighborhood. Yeah. How y'all doing? What's up, man? Hey, what's going on?
That's Mr. Albenzi.
I'm Mr. Benson. Yes.
Breaking in, I just called him, but he got on. In the river? This is tonight, I'm sure. This is facing out the road? Yes. There he is. Yeah, dreads on. Black boy, kind of a lighter skinned black boy. I'll walk back across here a second. He's got like twists or dreads, 3 to 4 inches long. He has sleeve tattoos on his arms. Was he down there your place? No, he's right here. I come driving by, so I walk across the yard. You know, and I couldn't do it. When I pulled around to talk to him, he started reaching in his pocket. It's the first time in my life I didn't have.
This is again where Travis McMichael is describing the man he saw on the property reaching into his pocket.
Yes, he's talking to Mr. Albenzi, I guess.
Okay.
Got him going, so you know, but either way, I was gonna back the hell out anyway, you know. If I would have had it, I would have sat right here and called y'all, you know. I had to run back up here and grab my phone. So who knows where he went after that point. Somebody walk across right there again. Somebody down there behind. I see your shoes right over on the right side of the street. That's probably your mom. I'm gonna walk on back now. Okay. Right there around that van, or this partner on the side. Yeah, we're good. Appreciate it. Appreciate y'all being here, man.
stuff's been happening on you, Warren and Jones Road. I come home early yesterday, work on a tree I cut Sunday, and people park down there at the end of the road, and another car will come up. I guarantee you they're making deals down there. When they're across the streets, and they'll go down there and take pictures. They got pictures of there all the way.
We busted a house.
Rob Way's place.
Rob had a guy
in December.
He had a guy living with him. We got him on some outstanding warrants, and he was got a bunch of dope out of there then. But you know, around there, what's the guy, Gene, that used to own Tackle Shack?
Yeah.
Lives around there. You know where he lives?
No,
he's got a
grades. Used to work with the white pig.
Right, yeah.
Chickens and all.
Well, boy, the Tash Bowie, which is Gene's, I guess that's Gene's
Son or girlfriend's kid or something.
Yeah, girlfriend. I don't know if that's Gene's wife or girlfriend, but her kid. He's been in prison. He's fully tatted, face tats, everything. He
told me he tried to commit suicide in jail. He's paralyzed now.
No, he ain't paralyzed. I was just out there last week. He called the other morning. He was tripping out and said the satellites were watching him and this, that. I mean, he was out there. He was on something. That was like, that's what brings up Gene. That morning, I said, well, where's your mom? Where's Gene? Well, they're in Alma. Not Alma. I think, maybe it was Alma. Supposedly, his grandma died, Tash's grandma died, and they were up there staying at her house for a little while. But the house looks like nobody lived. I mean, I'm wondering if they even knew. Because I said, do you have permission to be here, Tash? Oh, yeah, they know I'm here. Well, I tried to call Mom, and Mom, I couldn't get a hold of her. So I passed on to my day shift guys. I said, you may get a call there. Mama may come home and want to know why the crap he was over there. Because he had been trespassed from the property at one time. So, but I guess that any of us looking.
Got to look at the porta potty.
Indeed. All right. All right. Appreciate you calling.
I'm pretty sure that's going to pick him up.
Well,
I was coming up Zelwood.
Mm-hmm.
There was a little dark colored car that stopped and stayed.
Can't see who's talking to you there. But someone's telling you about a dark-colored car. That
Officer Chandler Smith.
That's Chandler Smith.
He had went out and drove around the neighborhood.
And he's telling you on page 19, line 21, I'm pretty sure he got somebody to pick him up.
Yes.
Okay. And on page 20, line 1, same guy, Officer Smith, is telling you there was a little dark-colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive comes into view.
Yes.
What is he explaining to you? What do you understand him to be explaining to you?
There was a dark colored car stopped down the road, and as he approached, the car took off.
Is that suspicious to you, or was that suspicious to you at the time that car took off?
Could be just somebody standing there or parked to see what we're doing, watching us.
Do you know where on Satilla Drive he's talking about?
I do not.
Do you know if it's closer to 17 or closer towards Burford? I'm talking about up here or down?
He said I was coming up Zellwood, and there was a little dark colored car that was stopped. It stayed there. Was he coming up? I don't know which way he was coming up Zellwood.
Okay.
If he was coming up from Satilla or coming up from 17. I don't know.
There, I watched it all the way until Satilla Drive up in the view.
Yeah, that's his video in there from tonight. I mean, so that video is good. He's got good. The cameras are good. He walks in and he just plunders around. And they got like 5 different videos of him coming in there, and none of them he doesn't take anything. He's just pilfering around. Now the guy has had some stuff stolen out of his boat, but he didn't have any because he had a bigger boat parked where that Bobcat is, and the Bobcat was in front blocking him. And he had like the E-Perb and a Lorraine and whatever that fish finder, different things. About $2,000 worth of stuff stolen, but he had no video of the people taking it. So he's thanking the air conditioner people who was inside working, because at that time he only had cameras outside the house.
theft, he added the cameras to the inside the house.
You just sum up the whole thing. Guy coming in the house, pilfering around, stuff stolen from the boat, suspect air conditioning guys, right? Same black male coming back now 3 times?
Yes.
That's to your knowledge.
Mhm.
Officer Rash, between February 11th and February 23rd, you never saw this black male.
Never.
Never able to catch him,
Nope.
despite being out there within minutes, right?
Yep.
And when seconds count, sometimes minutes don't work.
True.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. That's all I had now.
Mr.
Oh, Judge, if you don't mind, we can collect the
The transcripts.
transcripts.
Officer Rash, I'm Franklin Hogue, and along with my wife and co-counsel Laura Hogue, we represent Greg McMichael.
Okay.
I'll adopt everything Mr. Rubin just did with you on cross-examination, and I won't repeat any of it. So I just want to talk to you about one other topic that hasn't come up much here, okay?
Okay.
Let's go to December the 20th of 2019. You're out patrolling the Satilla Shores area.
Mhm.
Are you oriented and with me?
Yes, sir.
And you see Greg McMichael out in his yard in front of his house.
Yes.
At 230 Satilla Shores Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize him.
Yes, sir.
You already knew who he was.
Yes, sir.
You knew him from law enforcement. Years you'd seen him around the DA's office or the Glynn County Police Department, right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you knew that he had once worked with your own dad, who was in law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And you stopped that day to talk to him while you were patrolling Satilla Shores because you were, in effect, investigating this possible burglary at Larry English's house.
Yes.
And specifically, you stopped to show him videos or still shots or both that you had in your possession on your cell phone that you had gotten from Larry English, right?
Yes.
So did you get out of your car and stand in the yard to show him these?
I stayed in my car, the seat of my car.
So he came over to your car door.
Yes, sir.
And you were talking and you were telling him about your investigation and showing him these videos.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so by that time, you're showing him the video of October the 25th, 2019, that we have already seen, that I won't replay, that shows the young black male on the boat dock, right?
Yes, sir.
And you show him all of the video you have of that night?
I don't believe we sat and watched every clip in entirety.
Then you move on to the November 17, 2019 video that shows the white couple walking into, looks like the boat garage of the house,
Yes.
right? Showed him that video?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And then you showed him the video from November 18, 2019 of the same black male that had been there on October the 25th?
I don't recall if I showed him the 18th, but I know we had the discussion. He had been there multiple times.
That's what you told him.
Yes.
This person on the screenshot and the video you had from October the 25th had been there multiple times.
Yes.
There being the English house.
Yes.
And he told you, Mr. McMichael, that he did not.
Objection to what Mr. McMichael told him. Hearsay.
I'm not offering it for the truth of what he said, but for what this officer did with the information he acquired as he's conducting an investigation of a burglary.
Objection to the characterization of it as a burglary.
It's,
What is that?
it's not a burglary?
It's sustained. If you're just asking what he did, ask him what he did.
All right. Based on your showing the video of this person, the young black male or the white couple, to Greg McMichael, did you acquire information from Greg McMichael that then helped you that day solve the crime?
No, I did not.
No. And so he was of no help to you in solving the crime by telling you who these people were and where you could go find them?
He was not.
You understood that he didn't even know who it was that owned that house.
My understanding, yes.
But you did tell him that the person who owned the house didn't live there. He lived a couple of hours away in Douglas, Georgia.
I believe so.
And then you discussed with him that the owner of the house had indeed had expensive items stolen from a boat that was parked at that house sometime in October or November of 2019, right?
I don't remember the exact date, but I do recall telling him that there had been items missing from the boat.
And you let him know that what you were doing, you were trying to identify the people in these videos so that you could get help from the neighbors to solve the crime.
Yes.
So you knew he was retired law enforcement, right?
Yes.
And he told you that day that he would give you his phone number and that you could give his phone number to the owner of that house.
He did.
Larry English. And in fact, he gave you his phone number, right?
He did.
And told you that you could convey that phone number to Larry English, and that if Larry English got any more activity on his camera, he could call Greg McMichael day or night.
Yes.
And that he would do what he could to help.
Yes.
Now, in your experience, it's not uncommon in tight-knit communities for there to be neighbors who will offer to help neighbors like that. Is it?
Not uncommon, no.
You've encountered that sort of neighborly helpfulness from other people before.
Other neighbors, other neighborhoods.
Not uncommon that as a police officer that you will respond to businesses or residences when alarms go off and there's some other person who's not the owner who's looking out for the place, and that's who you'll end up talking to, right?
Yes.
So you took this phone number and this message that Mr. McMichael gave you that day, and you conveyed that to Mr. English, right?
Yes, I did.
I want to mark as Defendants Exhibit GM1, please. show this to you, Officer Rash. Make sure the sticker stays on it. Before we read it, tell us first if you recognize it.
I do.
And you recognize it to be a screenshot of a text message?
I do.
From whom?
That is a screenshot of the text message from me to Larry English.
All right. I tendered into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection.
No objection. Objection.
Submitted.
And you say it's from your phone to Larry English's phone, right?
It is, sir.
And it starts at the top. Here's a clip from my Blink camera. That's from Larry English to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the part that's from you to him, I'm going to read it. You tell me if this is what you said to him. Your neighbor at 229 Satilla Drive is Greg McMichael. Now you know now that he lives at 230 Satilla Drive, right?
Yes, sir.
Greg is retired law enforcement and also a retired investigator from the DA's office.
Yes.
He said, please call him day or night when you get action on your camera.
Yes.
His number is, and then you gave his cell phone number.
That is correct.
And this is dated 2/11/20, 7:47 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
But the text at the top is 12:20. So, do you have any idea when you actually sent that to him?
12:20 at 9:40.
That's when you sent that
Yes.
to Larry English.
Yes. The 2:11 is for the next clip.
Okay.
That's below
So
it.
the date pertinent to the text that you're sending to Greg McMichael is the date at the top, 12/20/19, 9:40 a.m. And that's when you were talking to him in his yard, right?
Yes.
All right. That's all I have, Officer Rash. Thank you.
Mr. Butler.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
I'm Jessica Burton. I'm co-counsel for Roddy Bryan. I just have a couple of questions.
Okay.
The first one is you never spoke with Mr. Bryan about any of the break-ins or the thefts that were occurring at Mr. English's house. Is that correct?
That is correct, ma'am.
Okay. And then you also never spoke with him in late 2019 or early 2020 of all of the break-ins and thefts going on in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I don't recall. No.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else for you. Thank you.
Yes, Judge. So, Officer Rash, there was no communication at all between you and Larry English between 12/20 of 19 and February 11th of 2020?
Not that I recall. No text messages at all.
No text messages. All right. And when you sent that text to Larry English, was it your intent to deputize Greg McMichael or Travis McMichael?
Never.
Would you want them to be?
Witnesses. Actually, the text was for Greg McMichael, not for Travis McMichael. For
Fair
Greg
enough.
McMichael, based on his training and knowledge as a retired officer, retired investigator, to be a witness, to call 911, to tell us what he saw and direct us where we needed to go.
Because you hadn't met Travis at this point on
No, I hadn't.
12/20.
No, ma'am.
Okay. And your intent, the defense has characterized it as solving a crime, but if you made contact with the now deceased homicide victim, your intent was to what?
Identify him, okay, then trespass him, and if that's what Mr. English, it's ultimately his decision, and it does happen. Some homeowners, some business owners, they just say, tell him to leave. I don't want you to trespass him, just tell him to leave and don't come back. And it's ultimately Larry English's decision, property owner's decision.
All right, the property owner's decision.
Property owner's decision.
Okay. To say whether to actually give a formal trespass
Yes, ma'am.
on this person,
Correct.
or to just say, hey, officer, can you just tell him to please stop coming back?
Absolutely.
You went and knocked on Sue B. Lawrence's door on October 25th, 2019. She answered?
No.
Mr. Rubin went over all the stuff inside the open unsecured construction site.
Yes.
Okay, so there was that saw that we see, all that lumber, all that's just laying out, totally unsecured. Okay? You ever report any of it stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any of his electronics stolen?
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
Ever report any plumbing or fixtures stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any electrical or electronics stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report any tools stolen?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Ever report that anybody's broken into that camper?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Any report that anything's been stolen off of that dock?
No, ma'am.
So while for January 1st, 2019 through February 23rd, 2020, Larry English never reported anything actually stolen at 220 Satilla Drive.
Not to my knowledge, no, ma'am.
He never even reported the cooler and the satellite system stolen, did he?
No, ma'am, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Do you have any evidence about who stole that stuff?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any knowledge of where the boat was when the stuff was stolen?
I do.
Where was the boat?
The boat was inside of the boat garage, RV garage, whatever terminology he's calling it. It was parked inside of there.
So your understanding right now is that the stuff was stolen when it was parked there, or that's how Mr. English discovered it?
When Mr. English called me, told me he discovered it, I was under the impression it was stolen from there. In no time did Mr. English ever tell me he takes that boat from that location anywhere else, or had it been any other location. So I was under the impression it was stolen from that site based on the phone call where he called me.
How many conversations did you have about the stuff being stolen on the boat?
One call. He called me on my off day.
Okay.
He told me what he had. I said, if you need to, I'm not on duty, you need to call, have the on-duty officer come to the scene to report it. And he started talking about his insurance deductible. He didn't know if it was worth it. And he decided at that, there was never a report made, so I can only speculate he decided against it.
All right. Do you remember when this off day was, when he calls to tell you he discovered his missing stuff?
I don't remember the exact date. Like I said, my phone didn't keep record of the calls. It only kept record of the text.
So you never had a follow-up conversation with Larry English about what he thought had happened with the stuff and where the boat was at the time?
He told me the boat was inside the garage. Now, at that phone call, we discussed the air conditioning HVAC contractors there.
Okay.
My theory was, if those...
His theory, unless it's relevant to something in the case.
Well, I thought we were talking about his understanding from Mr. English, so the state is going to go and ask you, what was your understanding about this?
He had contractors there working. They were in and out of the house. He did not have video inside the house at that time. Contractors carry, air-conditioned contractors carrying toolboxes, boxes that have ductwork, other items in and out. Very well possible those items could have been taken by the AC contractors, but nothing was ever seen. According to Mr. English, there was no video footage of the AC contractors or anybody else taking any items from the house. He just knew they were missing.
All right. So is it fair to say that your understanding is that because the AC contractors can take big boxes in and out, that they could hide these goods in it to take it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you ever see Mr. Arbery with any bags, backpacks, or any way to steal anything out of the house?
Never seen him with anything in his hands coming or going from the property on the videos that I have seen.
All right, so each time Mr. Arbery stops by to wander around inside the open, unsecured construction site, he only stays for a few minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So when the defense characterized this as gotten away, do you have any information that Mr. Arbery has ESP and has some sort of ability to know the police are on their way, that anybody's called any police on him?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And how are you employed?
With the Glynn County Police Department?
So you're a police officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. And as a police officer, you get paid, right, as a police officer?
Very little, but yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So it's your job to respond to 911 calls, right?
It is.
That's why you get paid, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And they give you a uniform
Yes, ma'am.
and equipment,
Yes, ma'am.
like the body cam,
Yes, ma'am.
a patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
And so when the defense was asking you about use of force, you said something like, I am here. Okay, that's a law enforcement officer.
Yes.
Okay, and as a law enforcement officer, we saw the officer on the camera. Is that how you were dressed as well?
Yes, green pants with the tan. At that time, our uniform was green BDU pants, a khaki shirt, and I had an outer vest carrier. At that point in time, it was not a load-bearing vest carrier. It made it look like a more formal Class A looking uniform, but that outer carrier contained my body armor.
All right, and did you have identifiers that showed that you were a law enforcement officer?
I had my badge, I had my name tag, and no big words that said police, but my uniform showed, and I wore a duty belt with all my equipment in it.
Okay, so the first phase, as the defense brought it up to you, saying, I am here as a law enforcement officer, is because you're recognizable as a law enforcement officer.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the next thing that Mr. Rubin brought up is do as I say, because I'm a law enforcement officer. Is that correct?
That is.
Okay. Easily identifiable as a law enforcement officer, and then I'm employed as a law enforcement officer. I'm being paid, correct?
Yes.
And then you're telling people what to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, Travis McMichael described Mr. Arbery as hauling ass into the house. Is that right?
Yes.
You saw that video?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Mr. Arbery do?
In that video, he was walking slowly, walking through the house.
Now, when Larry English talked to you about leaving in the same direction, like going down Jones Road, he described him as running, right?
I believe so, yes.
So when he leaves this particular property, this open unsecured construction site, he leaves and he runs.
Objection leading. So,
Describe what he does when he leaves the open unsecured construction site per Larry English.
He runs to the right towards the Jones Road.
However, once again, to your knowledge, does he have any ESP or any way to know?
objection, speculation. There's no silly objections.
That's not, I agree. Sustain.
Do you have any information if this was Mr. Arbery's routine?
His routine.
His routine. This is what he did. He went into this house, looked around for a few minutes, and then would continue his jog on.
No, ma'am, I did not.
I'm objecting to the mischaracterization. This officer has no knowledge of him jogging.
Sustain. You're talking about personal knowledge.
Personal knowledge.
Yeah, it's sustain.
Do you have any evidence whatsoever that Ahmaud Arbery ever stole anything from the open unsecured construction site?
I do not.
last witness back.
We just go on, we take this out of order.
I'm just going to recross. I'll probably cover it for both of us. Is that all right with you, Mr. Rubin?
That's fine, I trust him.
All right, Officer Rash, just a short recross to follow up on some questions just asked to you on redirect. So you had to go to police school to become a police officer, right?
I did.
And in police school, you learn basic crimes, the elements of basic crimes, right?
Yes.
Including burglary.
Yes.
And you learned in police school that burglary...
Relevancy. What he learned in police school is relevant to their guilt or innocence. Absolutely no relevancy.
Do I need to defend that, Jan, before you
I need to know
rule?
why we're going to get into the law of burglary.
It'll become completely clear if I have given some latitude to finish my question and have him answer it. It concerns his investigation, and it follows up on exactly what was just asked of him by the state about things he would have done had he been told, for example, by the owner to trespass out Mr. Arbery if he caught him.
I'll give you some latitude, but again,
I don't
we're
need
getting
much. I don't need much.
I'll give you some latitude. But again, we're getting into definitions.
I only have this many questions. I don't have much.
So just let me finish my statement. I'll give you a little bit of latitude here, but I think you understand that the court has already ruled a number of other times about defining crimes and all of that.
Yes. And I'm not getting into that area, I assure you. So you've been to police school, you learned, you have to know some of the crimes so you know what it is you're investigating and what you may be arresting someone for, right?
Absolutely.
And that's just basic police knowledge, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't need to know what a lawyer knows or what a judge knows, do you?
No, sir.
Okay. You're out there in the field and you're trying to decide, what do I charge this guy with if you catch somebody doing a thing, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you know then the basics of burglary, how to arrest for it if you see it.
Relevancy and outside the scope of redirect.
Yeah, it's the same objection we just had, and I've asked for a little latitude. And once we get past this, we'll be at the finish line.
Again, give you some room here. Go ahead.
I don't need much. So you understood burglary from police school to be the entering of a dwelling with the intent to commit a felony therein,
Yes.
right? And you understood Larry English's house to be a dwelling.
Yes.
You understood that items, expensive items up to $2,500 worth of stuff you'd been told had been taken from that house, right?
Yes.
And the taker of that stuff didn't have permission from Mr. English to take it, right?
That is correct.
So you knew as a police officer that would be the basics for a burglary, right?
It was not stolen from the dwelling. It was stolen out of a boat.
That was parked in the dwelling.
Parked in the
right?
dwelling, okay?
And you would know that to be a burglary,
Yep.
right? Okay. And so, as the state asked you, if you had caught Mr. Arbery at some point...
Objection, that is mischaracterization. The state didn't ask that. That's speculation. And I specifically did not ask about speculation in this case.
If I may remind the court before ruling, the state asked the officer, if you had confronted or caught Mr. Arbery and then spoke to Mr. English and he wanted to trespass out, was the phrase he used, what would you have done? It was a hypothetical, and I'm asking the same thing. That's what
That's not at all what the state asked.
He indicated what he was going to do if he was able to identify the individual on the video.
Yeah, he was going to do what the homeowner wanted him to do. That was the question. If Mr. English wanted you to trespass out this person, had you been able to speak to him, he was asked by the state, what would you have done? And he told the jury, I would have told him, don't come back over here.
He was explaining his regular practice.
That's right, and that's where I'm headed. I've got one more question, but that's what they asked. I brought him back to that, and now I want to ask my question.
Ask the question, and then we'll see what the question is.
Well, I'm reorienting Mr. Officer Rash to what he'd been asked.
We're past that. Just go ahead and ask your question. You said you've got one more question. I said, well, let's see what the question is.
Okay. Well, are you with me, Officer Rash, so far? You know where we are in this cross-examination?
I believe so. I'm a little lost here with the back and forth.
Okay, well, I want to get him back to where I am so I can ask my final question if I can get it out. So, when you were asked about trespassing out somebody, you've used that phrase. I had not heard that referred to that way before. That's where a homeowner would tell you, hey, if you catch the guy and the homeowner wants you to just tell him, don't come back over here anymore, that's what you would do, right?
Absolutely.
Now, isn't it also true if you catch the guy and the homeowner says, well, he may be the burglar, would you investigate it further for me? You would do that too, wouldn't you?
At that point in time, there not have been a crime reported. There was no report made by Mr. English of a burglary at his residence.
So telling you that things have been stolen and I'd like you to investigate it, you would say, well, you got to file a formal report and then we'll investigate it?
Yes, sir.
And that means for you, if that had been done, get the person's name and address, right?
Yes.
And then either you or someone would then investigate to see if they could find the cooler, the EPIRB unit, and the Lorraine fish finder for Mr. English, right?
I was not on duty the day that he called. Had Mr. English called the police department and made a formal report, if weeks later I would have had come in contact with Mr. Arbery and identified him, then I would notify the whichever officer took that report and say, I have identified this male, here is his name. That officer, that himself, or it may have been handed off to our CID, Criminal Investigation Division. One of them would have followed up and looked into that. Myself, that was not being I was not the officer who took that report, I would not be the one following up doing that investigation.
Sure, and I'm not suggesting you would have been the one to go out and investigate the burglary, but some investigator would have in the normal course of things, right?
An officer and or an investigator, yes.
Right. And tried to find out what happened and where his stuff was.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Nothing further to say.
All right. Thank you. You may step down. I believe you are released for the day, but still subject to recall. Thank you. Sorry, I'm all tied up in my cords here. Here we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're at the point we're going to break for lunch. During the lunch recess, again, do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Enjoy your lunch. It is, can't see that, 20 past. We'll plan on reconvening at 1:20. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you in an hour.
Don't rise for the jury.
Anything from the state before we recess for lunch?
No, but our missing witness has appeared.
Okay. Anything for Travis McMichael?
No, yeah.
From Gregory McMichael?
No, Your Honor.
From Mr. Bryan?
No, Your Honor.
All right. An hour, we'll reconvene at 1:20. Thank you.